Alright, so we're gonna get started here. So I feel like, if I recall correctly, from words, where we were last week, Sholmes needs money because he spent it all on a car. You know, like he does, because he knows smart. I mean, he's our himbo, yes, but he is still a himbo. Anyways, and basically was saying, like, help anyone who, as long as we're not looking for anyone who ran away. And she's like, oh, my husband ran away. And this is also the woman who was on the jury in the last trial, because London apparently only has like 20 people at most, maybe? Also, I'm not sure, you might notice the model moves a little bit faster now. I made some adjustments to some things I should have made adjustments to a long time ago. Might actually be a bit better, but that's fine. Anyways. Right, he also has the red hair. I forgot about that. How did I forget about that? You upset me. I beg your pardon? Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word! Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. Of course. There it is. Oh, I tried to get back into the voices. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yep. Nope. Nope. It was like a week ago. Yes, now you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Vigil. Oh boy, okay. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money has no object. Simply name your figure. Simply name your figure. Now, warm up. Brr. Husband's definitely dead. Yeah, because of the vigil thing? Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Yeah, sir. Sir. Being offered the case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. Ah, okay. Okay, we'll see. I trust you remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... You saw us a week ago. You know, we kind of talked a lot. Maybe not, like, directly to you. But you definitely heard our names often when there's a lot of discussion going on. Oh, me? What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, their lover is hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my! Pshaw! My dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her! Yes, her outfit's pretty obvious. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. I mean... Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Nothing more. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much for your continued support of my, I don't know, my business as a legal consultant. I can always count on you. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes, sir. Pout, 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 pout. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Okay. Very curly-haired gentleman. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It'll be 15 years this year. Oh, congratulations, I think. Wait. So, 25? Sounds about normal. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Yes, she's very elegantly dressed. I don't get a hat that big by being poor. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of royalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that his hair is bright red. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison, never mind. Never mind indeed. Very different. Still, oops. You could be in a lot of danger. Oh, absolutely. There is a knife in his back, and he's probably rotting away in a corner. But then... that, or he finally turned to the dark side of being a prison warden. Either one. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Oh dear. So he's corrupt. Good to know. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. Also, this sounds a lot less like he ran away and more like he fucking disappeared. There's a difference. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Yes, your poor husband. Dreadful punishment? Does she mean capital punishment? Ugh. And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is why is this word always fucking me up? Remunerated? Remunerated? More handsomely than the other warders. Because my brain would say remunerated, but that swaps the N and the M, which is not this word. Remunerated. Remunerated. I fucking hate words. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbours. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Berkeley Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Berkeley? Oh, a fine establishment. I've spent a few days there myself, you know. For what? As undercover business. He was caught... he was caught rooting around in people's trash the other day. Or one day. I was like, I assure you it was perfectly legal. I'm going to tell that to Gregson. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Oh, yes, Barclay's the one that the fucking professor was at. Oh, shit, everything always ties back to everything else. Yes, that's correct. Locate cemetery. Yes, Ryunosuke. No! Yes! No! Yes! Locate cemetery? The very place where we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable! Isn't that unbelievable? How many? Well, actually, it's London. There's a lot of. There's like 3 million people in the city. There's probably multiple prisons. Never mind. But also, it's Ace Attorney. There's one. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. Why the fuck can you and Susato read Ryunosuke's mind without any issue? But that does actually prove that, like, no one else can actually hear him. That's actually kind of really funny. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry. Yesterday. That really is recent. Laughably so. But don't laugh. Truth hurt, as my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas, and my husband has only been missing for 1 day. This is something I heard a while back. It's very interesting about missing persons. Like, for adults, like, yes, like, they have to wait a couple days to actually start looking because adults can just up and leave of their own volition. But also, if you don't start the search within that time period, good luck ever finding them. Odds significantly go down, so it's kind of like, oops. Bad situation there. Ugh. If you get Jack Frosted, don't get Jack Frosted, Punisher. No matter how much fun it looks like, no matter how cool that movie was, don't get Jack Frosted. Don't fall in the lake. Don't fall in the icy lake. I was asked to wait patiently at home. Rise of the Guardians, that's what it's called. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why I should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. To be fair, it is one of the greatest problems known to man, and woman, and robot. Oh, that Jack Frosted. I was thinking of the other Jack Frosted. Don't do that one either. I mean, either way, don't get Jack Frosted. It probably means you died. Usually have hypothermia. Don't do it. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. I mean, yes, ice and snow powers. Awesome. Get him like Elsa. Be born with them. Or learn magic. Don't die to get him. I assume dying is painful. I don't know this for certain, but I'm going to make that assumption. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. The photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the court record. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. Can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. But don't let go of life, that's all I ask. You know, I think that every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Get news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I'm gonna give the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her some good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. We already have our rent paid. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually, Mr. Sholmes. It suddenly cleared up. Guess I just had some wax. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. I can't tell if it's Barclay or Barclay. I think it's Barclay. I don't know. Oh, so you noted that. Of course. Especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Right. That motherfucker. Trying to steal my shtick. Lowgate Cemetery. Why is Sholmes a redhead? Without going into too much detail, he made a potion, he drank it, it turned his hair red. I'm gonna assume it's blood. We don't know that for sure though. Reasons. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it is renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor, who we still don't know why the fuck everything that happened with him happened. In regards to why he wasn't hung and why he was still alive when he's put in the ground. But we'll see. Nope. He very purposely wanted to be a redhead for money-making reasons. Professor. And now, a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. Not very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Miss Naruhodo. You're the detective. I am the lawyer. You do the investigating. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Hello? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly see out with this hair. Good job, Sholmes. Good job. You did this to yourself. Great. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So, I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Are you busy trying to figure out what the fuck you did to your hair and how to fix it? Of course you are. Gotta move on. How the fuck are we gonna be allowed to go see the governor of the goddamn prison? Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. What the hell am I looking at? Hello? Why is the clock a guillotine? Hello? Hello? Does this not shock in? Does this not... That is so dangerous. What? Also, that cage is way too small for that bird, for numerous reasons. One, there's no door it can fit through. Two, that's such a cramped space. That's fucked up. I mean, yeah, it's cool, but also... Alright. Alright. It's time to come up with a voice. We have two options here. Oh, he is Scottish? Never mind, we only have one option. Oh, let me see if I can remember how to do Scottish. I could do Irish pretty well when we had motherfucker. No, actually, I do Irish. This guy's even more Irish because like this guy's definitely Irish. Where Gregson, I just pretend is Irish or Scottish. I mean, this place is full of hardened criminals. How can I remember the last time a civilian was down here? Attack? You know what? I wasn't thinking of the Scotsman from Samurai Jack, but it's kind of where it ended up. I need to allow want to talk to an inmate, but to me, oh, you can no harm. I'm the governor, Berkaiden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. Ananistanarasi. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Well, there's no idea you're kind of here, laddie. Maybe I should try the prison next door, eh? Ah. I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I don't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking when I like to see suspicious looking this. I'm sorry, I'm losing it in voice. So much fun. Someone get Wisp in here and scare him with the voice he can't understand. Now get out of my hair. I feel like these kind of accidents, there's a lot of R rolling just completely by accident, but it's fun. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. What a fucking racist asshole. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known! You're sniffing around about that case, aren't ya? You're agent, eh? Part of the Professor's grave web, no doubt! No, not at all. We're just get on it. No, get gone with ya before I punch you like silt. Oh, it's a good thing I still have some of this tea. He's very guttural, very throaty. We're going. Clearly, the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here, unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. I feel like I need to pronounce that differently than how I am, for reasons. I just realized how the fuck that sounded when I said it. What are you thinking? It's probably Kaiden, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna say Kaiden. What are you thinking, Mr. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. I don't, but I'm going to assume you're talking about Lord Strongheart. I said get out! Punisher! God damn it. Taking the words I say and fucking messing with them. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Fine. We won't look at your cool guillotine clock. That'll probably take someone's hand off at some point. Let's go talk to Strongheart. Hi. Do you know this man? Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. I should. I really should. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Oh boy. Maybe I should get those lozenges because I'm already more than halfway through my tea. Very helpful though. Or I could just start making the tea, like 2 cups of the tea, just make it more. Anyways, let's go talk to Papa. Hello, Mr. Mikotoba. We have a question for you. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Oh, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you know the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Kaiden, you mean? Kaiden? Say it. Problem is, I'm reading it and I'm only getting one name out of it. I guess we just have to imagine that she's voicing him, but... So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? Oh, that would be wonderful. If you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment reading this newspaper and sitting here by this nice fire. There's actually not a fire in there. We're going to pretend there is. It's very relaxing to imagine. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? No, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Column A, column B. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you! The letter of introduction has been entered into the court record. Good luck, then. Alright, off we go. Bye, it was good seeing you again. Enjoy your newspaper and your coffee and your imaginary fire. Alright. Get the throat warmed up and ready. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Kaiden. Yep, okay, I guess we're just sticking to that name, aren't we? Please tell me I'm not insane. Oh, listen, you're gonna pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. Ah, that young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba. Did Jock have a different connotation back then, or... Yes, exactly, him! Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. You're the young man's daughter! And you did not think to mention that before? I do apologize. Ah, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? I don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. The cup is so small and his hands are so tiny. It's adorable. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. Oh there, how can I do for you? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I not heard a word, nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Vigil?
That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? I have to be very careful with this voice, by the way. I can already feel it kind of roughing me up a bit.
Aye, of course.
We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was.
Ah, was. Please tell me he has bright red hair and he was fired and he had to find a new job and he dared to tell his wife. I'm just gonna call it now.
Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he didn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my. When was this exactly?
As a Christian, when was it about? But I cannot have been much less than 10 years ago now.
I'm sorry, hello? Excuse me, did you say 10 years? He's been lying to his wife for 2/3 of their marriage. Y'all, that ain't good for a relationship. Don't fucking do it. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, it's a Monday. Deacon, I know heard for his name and all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though.
Ah, son of a bitch. Well, this is gonna make this significantly more difficult. But Mrs. Visual made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. The professor case. Right, that's a very important number, that 10 years. He might have been involved. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk?
Aye, that's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution?
It is the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see.
Ah, wait, so he's involved with why the professor wasn't killed? During his execution, quote unquote.
Only, he just did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information.
Just tell us. We're gonna find out anyways at some point. You just gotta tell us.
But I can tell you that's very rare for a chief auditor to believe to the post.
Well, even I barely understood what I just said there. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I do not ken anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of its dismissal?
And what will that be in?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
Sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. Well, now that we're off that grim topic, here's a light one. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, any fellow's corpses for forensic research, do you not ken? Do you ken?
Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
My father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Migatoba and I after used the right.
Migatoba and I I guess often. Okay. My brain could not follow the flow of words and grammar, but I got it.
Migatoba and I often used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose.
Aye, I used to sit in here for hours and go on about the suction and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cough biscuits, of course.
How charming. Okay.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose? Not like that had anything to do with any of us.
Well, I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away in.
Why? I just now realized he's carrying an axe. Sir, why do you have that? I mean, he's a hunter, I guess. That bird's definitely taxidermy, right?
I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a weird souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mind.
Vigil's dismissal notice has been entered.
No, Mrs. Vigil is not going to be happy to see this.
Oh, thank you very much, Governor Kaiden.
In return, do me a favor and never come back here. Our case is closed.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. No, wait, hold on. I want to investigate the guillotine. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Hold on, before we do anything else. Look! We have the opportunity here now while the Governor's away. Mr. Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not then.
You son of a bitch, I want you to learn more about whatever the fuck that is.
I wish to investigate.
You don't let me. That's very rude of you, sir.
Fine. We'll come back later, I'm sure. Boy, it looks definitely like something that we're definitely going to need to investigate later. We're back. Hello, you two. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Ah, so that's what that delicious smell is. Greetings, my dear fellows. Okay, okay. You got two of the primary colors. You're almost back around to the yellow. You're almost the blonde again. You're getting there. Oh boy. Okay, you know what? We called the red one blood. I don't know what to call this. I don't know where this came from in your body. I don't know how this happened. You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your face in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray, tell me, what of our warder friends? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, like you wouldn't believe, but, I'm kind of stuck on this for a moment. Oh, yeah, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch in your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't have an either. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. The dog is missing. Everyone drop everything. We need to find the dog. That dog is hurt, I swear to God. Well, Mrs. Thrall made no mention of my hair whatsoever. That's a good point. She really did it. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. What? What? Wow, Yunosuke and I had him. Hey, I just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? But, Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? Oh, Grexy? Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. Perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... It was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny. This is a lot. This is not what I was expecting today. Hello? So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? Okay. I am concerned, just a little bit, that Mr. Vigil, might be our next client in the murder of Inspector Gregson. Ooh, that's not gonna be a fun trial, is it? That's not gonna be good. They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? Oh god. Oh no. Y'all, I'm ready to be proven right. I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. Hold on. Hold on. How many twists and turns can we have in a 5-minute interval? Hello? Can we slow down? What is happening today? Holy shit. Okay. What the fuck? Too many twists and turns. What's happening here? Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Von Zykes for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No! Lord Van Zykes? It's impossible. Hey, guess who we're gonna be defending again, I'm sure. Defending. I thought for sure he would be our client in the 5th case, not the 4th one. Because that's normally how it goes. That's been the ace attorney, whatchamacallit, up to this point.
Are you quite sure, Miss Strahd? Mrs. Strahd, it's Beric Von Zykes the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. Don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? Please tell me they all have red hair. Please tell me they all have red hair. Please tell me they all have red hair. They had the gunshot, apparently. And when a lot got to the scene, it was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. And you can't... But there's no way Lord Von Zykes would have taken Gregson's life. And also, they didn't see him shoot him. And there was a time discrepancy before heard the gunshot and the police arrived. Hello? There's always a chance? A high one? That it was not this man. Okay. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Y'all, holy shit.
Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strahd. This really is most terrible news. Dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the city right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You've got to help. Fake crime's hard. I need lessons.
The detective's thought to repair wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. It's a wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves.
Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson.
Oh? As much as they kind of butt heads a lot, those two really did care for each other.
Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations.
Of course, yes, we will too.
It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then.
Alright. Zykes first, then the crime scene. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Von Zykes arrested? Bruno, Susie, I've called your hansom. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes. Oh dear Lord, so much is happening. And of course he's incredibly nonplussed about it, but why am I not surprised? 1st of November, local prison, cell 1. There he is, Lord Von Zykes behind bars. Oh, it's true. He really was arrested. Sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zykes?
Fancy meeting you here. The last place on earth I'd like to be, but the last person on earth I'd like to see.
Okay, you don't gotta be that rude. Good to see you too. Glad you're healthy, I think. Minus, all of this. Couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was...
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But it has everything to do with us. Forgive me, Lord Von Zykes, but I must disagree. After all, you're in a polyamorous relationship with Naruhodo here. That's right, wait, we are? Naruhodo, you're very blind to these things. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case?
Yes. The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Personal business. Is there anyone I should know about? No, Naruhodo, you're fine. We will talk later. Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Airbrain.
Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
I want to know what the fuck happened. Honestly, that's about it. Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Von Zykes never minces his words. They seem to have less bite than usual somehow. I mean, it's a little bit less intimidating coming from a man behind a cell and kind of looking like a puppy who's been kicked to the curb. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zykes? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. There's really nothing I can add.
I feel like there's a lot you can add, seeing as you were there in person and you saw things.
The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
Ah, okay, you were unconscious. Good to know. Great, lovely, amazing, fantastic. But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had the chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
Wait. Hold the phone. How the fuck did they get there so fast? So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
As your soon-to-be lawyer, yes, you fucking do. Oh.
After all, you're not representing me.
He is going to need a lawyer, though. Hey, before we continue on this important discussion, after the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
It's a letter to inform me of a safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. It should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example.
Why does that sound racist when he says it like that?
You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
Yes.
Alright, well, I guess that's all we're doing there. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zykes? And don't say yourself.
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
I mean, also fair. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Who are the other three? Natsume, Gina, and now Harebrain. Oh, yeah, all of us. Oops. Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer wanted to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that?
Oh, it appears our conversation has run dry.
There was a 2-second silence, that's all. The snow will be coming and the temp be -14. Let me take a look at mine. So, the snow has stopped coming down. However, the wind is crazy enough, so we might get a blizzard. However, it is also currently -22 degrees Celsius here, which is below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. It is very cold. It is very, very cold. Fun times. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Oh wait, hold on. I don't think I actually read that last sentence.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zykes, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. His icy gaze can warm me up. Yeah, he's sitting in a nice room temperature. If not just a little below. It's above freezing. He's fine. Thank you for the hard eyes. I guess we're looking at this racist asshole with hard eyes now. Very well. Oh, okay. Alright, I guess we're getting into date mode. Thank you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese.
But please!
I have no intention of engaging your services.
chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. Well, here's the thing, Punisher. He doesn't kill them directly. It happens off in some other country that he doesn't have to see it happen. He just knows.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again.
What happened? Well, let's see here. We had the Scottish man. We had the man who lied to his wife for 10 years when they've been married for 15. Sholmes has blue hair because he fucked up. Gina was crying. Gregson's dead. And Von Zeeks is in prison for that.
Then neither of us will waste any more time.
Oh yeah, that's basically it. That's basically all that's happened so far. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. And find out more about Lord Von Zykes and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Let's go take a look. It's in a book. This man is fucking dead. November 1st, room on Fresno Street. Really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi! Who do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken out right so you can look underneath and all. Not with the space above the ceiling shit. And don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, had you lot never gone over and I was looking for the dough when the owners are out of town? Aww. Her thieving ways have taught her how to investigate. She's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Chum's only just left. You're lucky you missed that. You're prancing about here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of his just scuppered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop saying that to no one. Not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo, you're a lawyer, right? Yes. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh! Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Von Zykes really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. Suppose you're right. Yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. You have anything new to say? Yes, lots of things. Let's go. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. Eh, what? Half a year since I got out of Clink? Perhaps I decided to give up near diving and become a detective instead. Oh, yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say I managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases you're working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? What was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look what that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I didn't say as much. I'll take my hat off to that fella, with his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why I respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because it only goes after people what are bad. And it kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been rented out by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Well, maybe. If there is a conspiracy, then I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down here to get stuck into the investigation. But so little in, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder... Yes, Mrs. Otto? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Sis. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'd see. There's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. Yeah, but I like talking to people first. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said there was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and stuck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun he used is there on the floor. Has the Reapers in it. No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do when you stare at me with them big weird eyes. Big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There's some street sellers just outside around the gun shop. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here after all. They'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? Doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're stupid for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all. We can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Not until we do so in court. Alright, let's take a look around. What is this? First thing that catches my eye. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah! Is it your... Please tell me it... Wait. The image looked interesting. Is it your mother? What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Quickly! Oh, it's Evie! What? Hello? It's Mrs. Vigil! What? Huh? I have questions? Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Because you're a damn idiot. This is her from 15 years ago. Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Ah! It's Mrs. Vigil! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here?
Interesting. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
Very interesting indeed.
What the fuck? What is happening here? This looks like some sort of notice board or something.
And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
I don't think so. Gregson's famous, like... There's no way. Right? There's no way. It must just be a clue for something else. Unless this place is owned by Mr. Vigil. It's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This, you mean?
It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
And there are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes. In fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here.
Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here?
These are all very good questions. Whoever occupied this room is clearly interested in it for some reason.
Harumph. An empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder than would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time.
In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather.
Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other.
Definitely equal odds.
Lots to look around here. The top of one of the candles in the candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind it. Look.
I suppose if a bullet had hit it,
it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. It does look like blood, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sorry. Hello? How did I not see this before?
Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. Funny enough, I didn't see it until just now.
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is a bright red hairpiece.
I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the that's right. I'm a gay robot.
Hi, Quiz. Thank you for the resub.
What'd you miss?
To reiterate, okay, thank you for the resub. We appreciate it. 4 months. Whoop. Jesus Christ, 4 months. Even going. Okay. What's happened in the past hour? Man is disappearing. We met a very Scottish man who runs a prison. The man that we thought worked there hasn't worked there in 10 years, even though his wife said that he was still working there. Sholmes has blue hair now instead of red hair. Gina was crying. Gregson's dead. Von Zykes has been arrested, and we found a hairpiece. That's kind of all the important information. And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And it's such a flame-colored red, too.
Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I feel like I probably should have said that one a little bit nicer. He was shot to the heart, through the heart, and so far the Reaper's to blame. Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. He was probably using it to investigate the Red Hand League.
Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
Well, Quiz, I guess you're just gonna have to take that job yourself. Once we can invent bottomless fish and chips.
Do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Von Zykes playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. And it's rather delightful, after all. In a way.
Speaking of, let's start investigating some of the stuff on here. Alright, so redundancy pay, another fully revoked. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison.
Wait. What if? What if they were wrong? What if Genshin Asogi didn't kill anyone? What if he wasn't a murderer? His rising from the grave? This right here, this explains why he wasn't dead, why he was able to rise from the grave. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of a convict just prior to his execution. And Scythe was in on it. They knew he was innocent, so they helped him escape punishment. But he died in the end anyways, because he just so happened to be seen as he was crawling from the grave. Those of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's technically possible that he was actually the murderer, the professor, and that they wanted to aid and abet him for fucking who knows why, but that no. It makes more sense that all these people are covering this up specifically because he was innocent and the judiciary failed in such a way that he was declared guilty despite the fact that he was innocent. Some form of negotiation with prison staff. That's why it's such a big deal, because it was an escape attempt. Amazing. I'm cracking the case. I'm solving it. Hello, ma'am. There are some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. There appears to be nothing else of interest here. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looked like. That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. That sounds very lewd when you say it like that. You must have used lots of birdlime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted it to take it off again, don't you think? This tells us nothing. The UK's version of Four Loko, and it's called Dragon Soup. That sounds so much cool. Well, to be fair, Four Loko's not bad either. But Dragon Soup, I want some Dragon Soup. I don't want to actually drink that. No, this is not Sholmes' hair. This is definitely not his hair. He is old. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. Rest in peace, your internet. And also your sanity and your ability to regulate your own body temperature. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Let's do it. Twist it open. There's a secret inside. Shall I try twisting it around and around too? For fun? Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Let's fucking go. This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Gun time. This is presumably the murder weapon then. Oh my. And it's real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot. Don't, no, bad idea. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just ask someone who might know, I think. We just took it right off this guy and he does not give a shit. That's fine. See what we can find on here. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my. I think so. Yeah, we already know all this. Why are you doing this again? Why is this not something different information? Oh, there's nothing to investigate because we don't know jack shit about guns. This is not the first gun. This is just the first gun that they've had a chance to investigate directly. Excuse me?
You're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts here. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And we would probably be under Dr. Sai's scalpel by now if not for what happened last week. A seance? I give it 30 minutes, tops. From the shape of that rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Well, if he was shot, he was probably grasping at his wound if he didn't die immediately. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Tadasan is so strong, though.
She's taking this far better than I am. That is, she's better at hiding it. Excuse me.
Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir.
Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Okay, well, that's enough of you. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You can't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let some light in, and some light. You can say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Excuse me.
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir.
Poor man. You can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Well, these guys are completely useless. Yeah, it won't let me look at whatever this is. I guess they're nothing. I think that's everything. Gina, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? Put something out about what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. I haven't been long enough in the job to get all this ducting business, yeah? But I swear I'm gonna get the person who did this to the boss. Okay, you're not helpful. Let's go talk to you. Sir, I can't show you anything. You don't want to talk to me. Where the fuck is Sholmes? Let's go talk to Mikatova? Where is everybody? Stop hiding. Send help. Oh wait, no. You. Damn it, Mr. Scotsman, where are you? How many times this series? Let me think. Okay, so I've only played the original trilogy and now this collection. So this is like only the third or fourth time, maybe? Because you did it, well, without getting spoilers, I know you did it then. I don't. Oh yeah, maybe we did do. Maybe it is 4 times. Did we help Karma out? Anyways.
You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. Wait, no, who? Took an express train back to London.
Yeah, Edgeworth in the first game. The head prosecutor in the second. Did we? I guess we did. I don't remember. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Kazuma!
Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Sykes could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson?
I believe only in the facts. And the facts, in this case, point to one thing. The unavoidable accuser of Lord Van Sykes for this crime.
How shitty it must be to have a boss like you.
We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
Equitable. Swift, yes. Equitable, eh. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Don't do this to me. Ah, shit. Hey, y'all. Guess who our prosecutor is? Ah, shit. We in trouble. And by in trouble, I mean 3 members of the Polycule are now going to be in this trial again. Cosmo, we just got you back. Do you have to do this to us?
Kazuma.
Gregson, no. Gregson was not in the Polycule. The Polycule is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Kazuma Asogi, Herlock Sholmes, and Barrack von Zykes.
But of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution.
But you're a defense lawyer! Wait. What? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Excuse me, I don't want to talk to you. Get the fuck out of my way, Mr. Lion Man. You're very tall, you're very strong, I cannot push you. I'm trying to push him out the way. He don't want to move. And yeah, he was learning under Von Zykes, but that was when he had amnesia. He ain't got amnesia, although it is interesting that all black, defense lawyer, all white, prosecutor. Fucks me over regardless, just in different ways. Thank you, Quiz. I'm pretty sure this might be older than Ruby, but anyways.
I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now.
Excuse me. Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do.
Right. Azuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon.
I don't know, that's the thing that I'm trying to figure out.
I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
He does a little. You son of a bitch, he does. Motherfucker. The clue was right in front of us all along. It was the hair. And now he has an ascot too. Just like Edgeworth. He looks a lot like Edgeworth, actually. I'm not comfortable with this. Von Zykes is supposed to be our Edgeworth. He was this whole time. Except, small difference. Asogi is still our Edgeworth because he's the one we've known for since childhood. The clues keep stacking upon themselves.
No, yeah.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
The red web is large and my board is getting full. The imaginary board, it's all in your mind's eye. And that's true, there's no Reaper's Curse. But Lord Van Zykes firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
I don't like how gung-ho you are about convicting your own prosecutor and potentially your friend or whatever he is to you. I don't know. Oh, I'm readjusting the camera. There we go. I don't like how much you're enjoying this and using this for your own personal gain. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow?
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
I thought it was a fucking wild movie. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles.
Actually they can. It's called choosing your practice. Also, I feel like there's a big difference in the actual job description of a defense lawyer and a prosecutor. And, you know, like just in general. Like, there are different kinds of lawyers that kind of specialize in different things. Like, you have a law license and you can probably do multiple things. I don't know for sure. But still. That's true. At least they're not packing. Except for Cosmo, who's double packing. Swords. There's a joke there. I'm just gonna whoop, toss him that way.
And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. As sharp as his swords. But why Cosmo-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
There was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. Guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
He has offers? I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. I mean, yeah, that was not the joke I was thinking of, but yeah. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, now I understand.
Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused are one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're helping a little foreigner handle the prosecution?
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months.
Wait, can I have the sword at least? I need it to feel brave. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh, yes. We noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zykes?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is... Side by sword fight? Oh, mine's in the gutter all of a sudden. We're moving on. The thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruto. Be direct.
It's certainly a model that is due to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Thank you, Quiz, for the laugh. That's all I need. Thank you for the bonk. I deserve that. That's very fair. Son of a bitch. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No. Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zykes?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. Short is more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Von Zykes. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery.
Now he's just mocking us. That was cool. That was the biggest insult I think he's ever thrown at us. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Kazuma?
Before you go, Ryunosuke,
Oh, what is it, Kazuma?
I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Missioner Hoda didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh? Yes, as a reminder, the goal is still up. We are at 76%, so I will work on the throwable when I get a chance. But if the chair is fully funded, then after we get said chair, it will be time for the full Diva stream. All Diva all the time. It will be very painful. In the meantime, I have been learning all my robots. Well, some of my robots, mostly Zen. Going all rolls, and you keep getting support. It's just the way life works. Anyways,
I actually have a favor to ask.
which is?
This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel.
Why? What's this all about?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Von Zykes would never put his fate in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does?
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this.
Holy shit, he can smile? Oh, wait, no, this is 10 years ago. He could smile. He hasn't smiled since this picture was taken. Gregson, why do you look like you haven't aged a day? Wait, no, he maybe doesn't have the gray streak in his hair. That's Lord Van Zykes and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it, because there's his brother right there before he died.
Oops.
And who's the third person?
It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office.
In Gregson's office, you mean?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it.
I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?
Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma? I wonder if a part of me knows I wonder if this is very similar to the last trial, right? Zykes wanted to be the prosecutor for his friend because he didn't trust anyone else to do it. Kazuma now has spent the past 3 months with Zykes. He knows him potentially better than anyone? Which means he wants to do it for his friend, and he wants us, his other friend, to also be the defense so that we can prove him innocent. Is my guess. Lord Von Zykes is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. Might even be able to read English faster than he can. That or he's just rereading it a bunch.
I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that.
I had the case note brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you.
In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi?
I made the color drain from his face, what little color there is.
Well then. Seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all.
That's right, motherfucker.
10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. The killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. A single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
And yet you had an Asogi by your side for 3 whole fucking months. You didn't fucking know. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel test of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's sons to crucify me in some kangaroo court.
I have a question for everyone. A couple of questions. When the fuck did Britain find Australia? And also, when the fuck did kangaroo court become a term? Because this doesn't feel right. This feels incorrect. When did the colonization start? I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Cosma to you.
What he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
Well, what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Cosmo recovered from his amnesia. Okay, so it exists at this time. It's about 40, 50 years after the creation of that term. Never mind, we're good, it checks out, it just doesn't sound right. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Colonized Australia in 1788? Wow, okay, much earlier than I thought, actually. Actually, that makes sense. I just have no idea. I don't know fucking history.
Asogi.
American public school system.
That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is your Nipponese.
Right. Your hatred of all us Japanese.
I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer.
The so-called professor.
Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard.
And that was Genshin Asogi?
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man.
The more they talk, the less I think that Genshin Asogi was the murderer. Like, legitimately.
So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, had any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted an Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
Pizza! Oh, I'm gonna make pizza tonight. Yeah! Pizza, let's go! What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Meyer Strongheart.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. What if Strongheart's the Reaper? I don't trust him. There's something about him I don't trust.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And, of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. So many years, that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it.
I can understand why, now I know the history. I still can't. It's still illogical. You know it's illogical. Fuck off. I had nothing to do with your brother's death. Ain't my fucking fault.
But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponists to be the bane of my life, Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows.
That's
Ow,
right.
thank you, Maya.
I'm a gay robot. Thank you. 5 months, let's go! We're almost a half a year. Oh god, we're almost a half a year. Oh dear lord. How the time flies. Holy shit. You ever just realize that life is weird? Life's weird. Also, hi, how you doing?
He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow.
I don't know if that's true, but that's fine.
Genshin's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture. Oh, Gregson's transfer. My bad, I said Genshin by accident. Have been finally being arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Oh, yes. Come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oof. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Maya. Hope you feel better soon.
The Paris police welcome an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself.
Wait. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me that Gregson was the one who found the professor.
By uncovering the decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity,
I fucking called it! It all goes back to that. Everything's going back to that. Everything.
If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made.
A conspiracy? Yep. Definitely a conspiracy. It's the new off-brand Pikachu. Conspiracy. We don't want to talk about him much. Like, he shows up at Thanksgiving and you get into arguments with him. It's not fun. What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my! 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed.
Tinfoil hat? Is the tinfoil hat red?
And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way.
Lies!
I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
What really went on between Lord Van Zykes and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Oh, yes. No, that's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That, I don't know.
Oh.
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago,
And he never had it on his person, I bet he just fucking kept that thing locked away.
I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
You have something in common with Lord Van Zykes after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Hey! No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into this.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with these Nipponese.
Do you have to be so racist? No, we just talked about this. Oh dear. That rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure.
A vampire with a gun? Well, if you watch Ally by Night, the answer is often. Here, take this and shut the fuck up. Lord Van Zykes, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that?
Dio did also have one, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he was, I don't know.
It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
It had to be, really. They look just the same. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense.
No. We've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you.
I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. So what you say?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Let's fucking go! Oh! That's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers.
Well, technically, our Lestrade has been here. We've known Gina ever since the third case of the first game. She just wasn't an inspector until this game. Anyways, third case of this game. Oh, she appeared in the third case of both. Anyways.
I've lost all confidence in my judiciary or lawyers, but there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
Not what you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Dykes! You're making me blush. I didn't know you stared into my eyes so much.
From the very first time we crashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a Los Niponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer.
Let's fucking go!
There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi.
Oh, once again, for whatever reason, all this is telling me, all the information I'm gathering at the moment, Asogi, not the killer, not the professor, wasn't him. He got framed for it. Wait, then who was it? Strongheart. Quizon looked over at the chat. Amazing. Same brain. Same brain. Because think about it like this. Strongheart wants to change the country. He wants to rule through the power of justice. All of the nobles, except for Clint, who died, ended up... Things kind of technically got better in Britain because they died, except for Clint. Except for the fact that Clint's death is what led them to Asogi. So what if Strongheart was the professor, but he was like, okay, it's time to put an end to this, I need a scapegoat. He made a scapegoat. Scythe and a couple other people found out, so they planned for his prison break. But he got shot anyways. We still don't know by who. But someone shot him as he was coming out of the grave. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot going on. It has to have been, right? It had to have been Strongheart at this point. Thank you, Maya. I'm trying to... The loading screen is very accurate at this point. It's... Because it's... The brain is working. The gears are turning. We're buffering. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. He is absolutely the puppet master. Of that, I am certain.
When he showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
I think Cosmo probably has an inkling. You mean this photograph? Cosmo might not know, but he might be figuring it out.
Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone.
Boy, what a goddamn mood! Look at this graph. Yeah, whatever. I was trying to make the meme joke, and then I twisted everything. Fuck. Every time it makes me laugh. Except in his case, every time it makes him cry. Anyways. This right here, though. Boy, this is a damn mood. You're betrayed enough times, you're just like, and I have no trust for anyone whatsoever. And then you find people you can actually put your trust in, and it feels good.
But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. Tomorrow's trial. Will you advocate for me? I thought she'd never ask. Of course I will. It would be an honor.
So please, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my life is in your hands.
For Lord Von Zykes, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. He may be a little bit of a racist. But, there really shouldn't be a but after that part, but we're going to say it anyways. But, he has conviction and a desire for good. But he is still a racist. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. I'm being good today. I'm remembering my water. Saving progress. Posture check, thank you. Stretch. Bonk! Ah! Hi, thank you, Maya. I do love that the bonk has become a head pat. And I have no intention of changing that. I don't even know what to replace it with. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? Isn't there? I said that weirdly. I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary.
What do you mean?
I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected, huh?
Huh? Huh? That's an interesting idea. I'll consider. There are ideas. I'll figure it out. Plan for later. Just get slapped. Anyways. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court.
Good morning, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes!
Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo?
An outright victory for science, you must agree. Yes, welcome back. Regular blonde-haired Sholmes. Not important, not important. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem.
Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem? It's another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion.
That you concocted yourself, by the way.
You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh, trust me, I am aware. I have acid reflux. I'm well aware.
Well aware.
Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. I mean, that's also true of me as well. Anyways.
Oh, good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London celebrate a great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black root of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Oh, fucking that's funny.
Yeah. Mr. Sholmes! Luckily, I haven't had like much of the throat issue in a long time, but my stomach the past, like recently, has always been like, hey, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Die.
After all, behind this lawyer, there's a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Sorry to barge in. There we go.
Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't she be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming students in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Alright, bye, Maya. Enjoy work. Hope it ain't too bad. Odo. Oh, yes, Gina? Why do you agree to this, eh? Why do you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him, what killed the boss. Sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it wasn't him, who was it? That's not my job. Once again, not my job to know who did it. And yet, it apparently is my job to know who done it. I don't know that. Yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. Ah, thank you for the junk. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him.
Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Eh?
At least, that may be some solace to the deceased.
Oh, Gina. Please, Odo. Whoever did this, for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless. But there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please.
Welcome back, Punisher. Glad you're home safely. Layer up. Multiple gloves. Multiple gloves are helpful. Very helpful. Alright then. Here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zykes. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zykes. Whatever. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Sorry, my nose is all stuffy all of a sudden. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. November 2nd, 9:20 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. No jury, no public.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
On the bright side, no jury means no summation examination. Probably. Unless the judge is going to be our jury.
We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant Beric von Zykes.
Fair and just, yes, that's why we don't have a jury. Fair and just indeed.
Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. Been wishing to see you in court again for so long. Long it feels. Oof. I'm so sorry, Punisher. But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present.
He mastered the art of saying fair and just without reflexively using finger quotes. Oh no!
By Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders.
Yup, he's gonna be our summation examination.
Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. But we still brought it out here because it looks cool. And to remind everyone that this is a closed court and definitely not a fair trial.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
We are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? You mean the ones who work for goddamn Strongheart? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
Correct.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Why I had to come to Britain.
Kazuma?
Very well. Let us come into proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord.
Well, he definitely learned stuff from Von Zykes.
The incident took place on November 1st at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm American. My brain automatically switches the two.
The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Correction, a name known very well indeed in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported at the same time.
Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses, but are they credible? Thus becomes the question.
I have here a plan of the room.
Do we need one? It's 5 feet wide.
The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How was the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry
Well,
wound.
that's exactly what I was about to say. That's how you would determine it. It's like, yeah.
Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullets. A powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only injected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Consul. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Consul. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord.
Very small floor plan, but that's whatever.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Greggson's private abode? No, yes. Inspector Greggson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone.
But there's precious little furniture inside, and is generally in a poor state of repair.
What on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver.
Shit! Well, there's a bit of an issue that we were not told about. Thank you, Von Zykes.
The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
Of course, it could also just be like Ace Attorney 1 issue where, holy shit, he picks up the gun out of just like, what the fuck just happened type of situation.
So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Her name, please, Consul. Naturally, the accused himself.
Lord Van Zykes?
As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well, then let the defendant take the witness stand.
Punisher, I see what you're trying to do. It don't work because you don't get that J sound. It'd be funnier if his last name started with a J, then you would have a client named Hugh Janus. But we don't. You wrote Hugh Anus. There's a difference. Ha. Anyways.
So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Berg von Zykes, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Von Zykes, that you heard Prosecutor Arasugi's opening process.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord.
Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question.
Yeah, it's close enough.
And what exactly took place?
I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zykes, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness.
Everything he's about to say are things that he definitely should have told us directly beforehand, but okay.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one.
A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the rover on the floor.
It was dark inside and you saw no one. But then you saw the revolver.
Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard the man scream.
That's the thing. The time frame there is so short. It's so small. Whoever these witnesses are that heard the gunshot, in air quotes, and got the police, should have been less in air quotes, but still in air quotes, did so before the gun was actually fired.
It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it?
Wait, we don't have a time of death on here. Interesting. Why is the coroner's name Gory? I don't know if I guess that's just life. That's just part of it. That's fine. That's fine. Mariah Gory. Mariah Carey, well, some relation to Mariah Carey, probably. All she wants for Christmas is a few hundred scalpels. Found the chest at close range from the front, resulting in a death scorch marks, point of entry, bullet exited body from behind, caliber of the gun, standard issue firearms.
You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with the words, Prosecutor Esogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable.
What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well then. Hunter, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright, what's important? Is it Killtacular? Nice. Let's see what he was investigating.
Killtacular. Kilimanjaro.
You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. In the court will understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene. No, I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole him to his office at the yard and consulted his diary.
Don't look at another man's diary like that.
The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zykes? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
Technically, it's called, well, actually, not America, so I guess they don't technically have a right to silence. But, like, he ain't speaking lies. He just ain't talking. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man?
It was dark inside and I saw no one.
Have you ever, still swear to royalty? Yeah. Had you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything.
But at 5 p.m. the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside.
The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor.
There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure?
I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Not that we saw, but... Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, there was an oil lamp. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
And what did you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
Wait a second. Hold on. Y'all. Idea. Theory time. Theory crafting. It's what we do. We're often wrong, but that's fine. We do it anyways. Okay. Current theory. Gregson was shot and killed in this room. Gun was placed on the ground. Whoever did it left. The witnesses. That's why the time of death is important. That's why this is important. No time of death. We don't know when he died. This is very important. Anyways, as I was saying, the witnesses aren't lying. They heard the gunshot. They went and got the police. Police showed up. So when Zykes got into the room, they fired up. There was a second gunshot. There were 2 gunshots. There was a second one. And the second gunshot was not fired from the murder weapon, because the murder weapon was already there on the ground. Zykes just didn't look around until he heard the gunshot. I think it's just a theory. It's just a game theory. For now. Oh, I accidentally knocked the camera. Oops, there we go, we're good. But it sounds reasonable. It sounds like something this game would do. But it also explains why there's no one else in the room with him. But you say it was very dark in there?
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense any of his presence.
Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room?
No, that's out of the question.
Oh.
Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
Okay. Small wrinkle in the plan. Still possible, I just don't know how.
Ugh. This is going from bad to worse. Did you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. Point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not.
Let's fucking go. Second gun, I was still right. Alright, hold on, no, wrong one. Here. Over here. What's going on behind here? The perfect little hiding spot, I would say. Would you not agree? A space where you definitely would not see as you walk in the door. And if you saw a man holding a gun over here when the police came in, they would grab him and go, and you would have a time to slip out. What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Most I would like to oblige you with an answer. I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Ugh.
Firearm up, the door flew open. Yeah, because there was... Yes! I have ideas and I really hope I'm right. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume?
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them have set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see...
Wait, I thought you said the police found... I thought they said the police found, Zykes.
They ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. Luckily for me, my heart does not beat anymore like a living being, so there is no risk. My blood pressure is immaculate.
You're supposed to be the Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred.
Okay, I feel like that makes more sense than the story they tried to tell us before, but still.
Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
Wait. Did you hear what he said? Turned my attention in that direction, which means he was standing over here. Because if he turned to look at whoever was screaming behind him, he would have had to turn to look in this... He would have looked at the door, and if that's where Gregson was, he would have been over here. Which makes sense because he said he was going towards the desk in the first place. Went towards the desk, heard a gunshot, saw the gun, picked up the gun, heard the scream, turned around, saw Gregson. Which means he couldn't have been the one who shot him moments ago, because he would have had to shoot him over here. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear?
I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
See.
After the men fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Beric von Zykes, is lying on multiple fronts.
Wow, this is rare. We normally don't get a prosecutor objection. What? What is that supposed to mean?
Gracious counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum.
How does that prove anything?
You examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it was blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
Okay, I know what you're about to say. You're about to say that those 2 candles were lit, and that the third one got blown off, so it was no longer lit. Blah blah blah. I don't feel like that's conclusive evidence.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all 3 candles together.
I mean, yes, but some people ain't reasonable, so, well, but they're the same height, damn it.
Which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others.
But here's the thing. This kind of already ties back in with a theory I already had. That shot that we heard, or that they heard, was not the murder shot. He was dead already. This had already happened. The lights were already out. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah!
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out, while the other 2 candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum.
Sausages, yeah. Go, Punisher, go. Get some food.
And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts these facts.
Except for the fact that we already know that the gunshot they heard was not the killing blow. Or I already know that. I'm a genius. Everyone else is stupid.
And now to the next lie.
There's more?
The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covering from top to bottom of police documents and newspaper cuttings.
The caller turned her phone off. Now that's interesting. Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago.
10 years ago? Oh, this is starting to sound familiar.
And there's a common thread linking all the documents on that board. Indeed, where does this common thread come from? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zykes.
Penguin Kigurumi! Cute. I should put a Kigurumi on my throne. Maybe later. Of course, you can also suggest stuff too. But anyways, no, we still have the chair. We're working on the chair. Chair first.
Oh, wait. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Ah. Oh no.
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout, and his base of operations.
That feels like a bit of a stretch. It feels more like someone was investigating the Reaper.
The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout?
Wow, you're making a lot of assumptions here. There's so many assumptions happening.
No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, country.
This is all conjecture. Where's your evidence?
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand.
Now who's making up stories? What? Hello? I know I sometimes tell some fancy stories, but my fancy stories usually end up being right. And have evidence to back it up.
Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zykes is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Professor Asogi's contention.
These motherfuckers. I hate every one of these games all the time.
As the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
I have an idea. I can kind of prove that,
All I have done is state the truth as I know it.
Husband's done a brilliant job as ever. Well, I mean, in terms of turning the court to his side, sure, technically, yes. On the other hand, that's, again, that was all conjecture. All of it. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. Hence, formidable.
Cultural. You will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. Gosh darn it.
And now the prosecution will call new witness.
Wait, hold on. What's on the fucking phone? Are we done? Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Why is there an upside down handprint? Oh? What's this? Mr. Hodo, look! Oh, yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. I have so many ideas, so many possibilities. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same red-headed league advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There's a red hair piece at the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the red-headed league then? I have a feeling this was on the ground, and Gregson did not die immediately. Well, but if it is on the ground, all the pins would come out. Who knows? We'll figure it out.
Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question.
They are mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Also, who in their right fucking mind, even in the late 1800s, especially in the 1800s, would hear a gunshot and run towards it? Who the fuck are you? What the fuck? Insanity. Absolute insanity. Like, maybe if it was just one of them, but the fact that it was 3 of them. What the fuck?
Very well. Lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Gosh darn it. What? You know what? He must have gotten fired from his job. I guess that makes sense. And that was absolutely the little matchstick girl, right? From the stories?
So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court while I hydrate.
That's your lip? Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, fucking hell. Names? We don't use names. Thought too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy. So we like, live where we want to live. I could give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. There's the coachman from, the fucking, McGinnis? Yeah, McGinnis' case. The one who took the goddamn coat off to the pawnbrokery.
Oh, would I be right in assuming that all 3 of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know? Jaunty little tidbits? Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel, it is. 6 is the price, not a penny less. Is that voice coming through for anyone? Is that a voice that anyone can actually understand? Oh, wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, Shaw. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, Consul.
I don't want to pay the man. All right, all right. 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now, get your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Straight Street have just had twins.
He sells gossip. Good to know. No wonder he's got a big mouth. Is that it? I fucking hate his lips. I hate it so much. I hate that it's so large and swollen and that it flaps when he hits it. I hate that he's hitting it. I hate everything about this.
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? And wants to spread. Well, that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
But dude, my dude. Possibly. Hard to say. It just looks swollen. Here's a question. My dude? Who the fuck has been strangling you? And are you consenting? Do you have a safe word? Do you need a safe word? Might I recommend avocado? I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Thank you, Naruhodo, for noticing the bruise. Dear God, I thought I would... Oh, thank goodness, that's going to be important later.
What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by, and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? That's okay. Never mind. That's not a matchstick. Those are fireworks. I sell these lovely little fireworks for all the local school kids. So the little matchstick girl is the little fireworks woman. Okay. Guys. This is a common problem here in America, a wristwatch quiz. You might not know this very well, but fireworks, gunshot, same noise. Same fucking noise. You never know which was which. Y'all motherfuckers, she sets off a goddamn firework. She set off a firework. It wasn't a gunshot. There is no second gun. Because it was this. It was this. That's the same in New Zealand? Never mind. Need to know. It was that thing. It's all coming together. 6 pence a pop. What do you say? Hold on. I wanna point out something here. I wanna point out how she lit that match. I want to point out that I'm pretty sure she used her ass to light that. A crowd crush at a concert once? If. You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Now, there's a good chance that she has a bigger one that would work as a food type. Go get food. That she has a bigger one or one that sounds like a gunshot because that was a little bit small, but doable. I just wanted to check something. Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. You know what, fair. We're just gonna move on.
Lot of savory ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 pence for a pop? The way that she keeps kissing it and winking, there's so much happening here. There's so much to unpack with this character. Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Play the woman cultural.
Alright. I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this one a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence. I don't know what's happening. Those are bigger. Those are much bigger, by the way. That might sound like a gunshot.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either.
You know I'm right. You know I'm right, because look at its ass.
What sort of bang could it make?
I think I know the answer to that. Let's go.
And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Hold on, before that.
I want to light him off.
Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out?
What? But she said I could blow up the courtroom. Did y'all hear that? It sounded like a gunshot. Hey.
I fucking called it. I'm a genius. Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounds almost exactly like...
It goes off like a gunshot.
Whether she knows it or not, there was not another gunshot. It was the firecracker. That's also why I smell the gunpowder. Let's fucking go.
I'm a thinker, me. I think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think.
I know he had a voice before, but boy, I can't remember it.
Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on without me. They call me Observator.
Get all of it, old ma. Everyone calls you sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think of what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Was that say actual hero?
Pity.
No more purchases today, please? Well, we have quite a cost here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see, and thus they heard the gunshots, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime.
Well, I'll be bigger, I thought. Just between us.
Penis to Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Okay, Mr. Philosopher, calm it down. Come on, Socrates. Let's get you to bed.
Very well. The court will hear from the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail which witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Witness testimony.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all had a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there it was. The Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. That's impossible. Because the way that Zyke says it, he was over here. I was scared after death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. Well, that was... If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building?
Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Berg von Zykes. Unless they're lying, which they are.
I've seen pictures of that reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like this. I made myself a tiny sum already.
But wait! The room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it.
All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
I mean, other than these three motherfuckers, so...
No! No!
Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony, somehow.
Did we?
Cross-examination. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Von Zykes?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair was really well red, wasn't it? Better than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mop still burns into ice inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Aren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. And they didn't find any trunk. There's no suitcase, no trunk in the room. Seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party.
No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What?
Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene.
Well, son of a bitch. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Of course! We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still really used to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then, why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
Well, that's not what we're here about, sir.
The photograph will be submitted as evidence. Please, Counsel.
Oh, dear Lord. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying?
I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene.
So it just disappeared?
What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dump going in, though. No question about that. It was less than a minute that we had gone inside and we all heard the big bang. By which presumably you mean the gunshot? Okay, they have. Ages unknown. Fair enough. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building? That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? That's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going on the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message.
The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered a secret hideout. You're still presuming things, you motherfucker. We have no evidence that was the Reaper's hideout.
If anything, it's the fucking hideout of the person investigating the Reaper. Why would the Reaper have notes of his own crimes? That's fucking stupid. Maybe of his next one, but not his past ones. Fucking get rid of all that shit. Zyx is smarter than that. Damn.
There can be no clear motive for the crime. Yes. It is certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great.
And at that point, you ran inside. Is that correct?
Yeah, that quite to talk, because quite the gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Oh, well, I'm a bit hampered, see. All the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand.
What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what makes me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. To turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, you made him hide behind a sign. Life is full of surprises, and again, London only has 20 people in it.
I ran into that room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?"
Lord Van Zyx claims all he heard was a man scream, though. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There are candles burning on the wall.
An impossibility, but... I have a question for you, sir. Describe the appearance of the Reaper for me.
There are candles burning on the wall? What, really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. Well, he said he saw the Reaper in the papers, so... Even though Lord Van Zyx claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall, it's also impossible. Well, actually, it's not impossible because these two could have been lit. Damn it. I still think he's lying.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused... No. I was so used for us to go into the prosecution that I immediately started doing the vampire voice.
The accused, Beric von Zyx.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no livy-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? This is really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. Oh, what I think is, they're all nothings, really. Oh, we try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just storytellers. Okay, we don't need you to be depressing. Shit, he's not wrong, though. Fuck. What am I right now, if not selling entertainment on the street that is Twitch? Huh. I'm getting introspective.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. Oh, when he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on her face. That's what I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck.
Full of blood? Full of blood? Wait, hold on. Hold the phone. You were at the door and you found a pool of blood. How? What? How? What? Blood? What are you talking about, blood? Here? Blood? You fell? Handprint? Blood? Handprint? Blood? What? Yours? What? A pool of blood?
Well, listen here. Even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper that cold, hard stare, and don't you forget it.
Well, let's go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did. I was in the best of us at times, doesn't I? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must.
The witness for the minister's testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped over and got blood in my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Except that wasn't the floor. You did not wipe it on the floor.
Hold it!
Yuck, yuck, yuck. You wiped your hand on the floor?
Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And I might have thought I'd done it. No time.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Doesn't really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us.
Hey, it rhymed.
There's something wrong, Constable.
No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all.
Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off. On the floor. The blood.
Uh-huh. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. That's fine. I'll talk to you in a moment. Hold on. Excuse me, sir?
Objection!
Fuck off. See, that's the whole time I noticed the handprint. The reason why I kept doing this is because, like, the way that it is, it's not a handprint of someone who's hiding behind it while it was upright. It had to have been on the floor because it's upside down. So he scrambled, he fell backwards onto it and scrambled and put the handprint on it by accident. Thinking it was the floor, but it was not the floor. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else would you expect me to have done there? Doesn't really matter.
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Ooh, say it with such venom next time, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly there is no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Ah!
Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood.
Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
Yes, so to say. The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. incorrect, and stop pointing at me like that. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there.
Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position.
Hold on. Hold on. I didn't think about this before, but look at the way the door opens up. The door opens up in such a way that it would hide the body. Like, you would see the... Hold on, I can do this better. Ah, because it doesn't show it. The door opens up like this. Exactly. You open the door, you would have to walk in pretty far. The door hides everything. You'd have to walk in pretty far to see anything, and the first thing that Zykes would have heard definitely would have been the footsteps and not the scream. Unless the body was originally over here. Or, I mean, he said he kicked the door open, but I guess it's true that if you kick the door open, but the door wasn't broken. We know the door's not broken. There's no way. I highly doubt that the door opened all the way up to the back wall, right? I guess that's possible, then never mind. Shit. The door would bounce off the wall? Yeah. That's true. And Zykes would have heard that, but the first thing he heard was the scream. There's things that just don't line up in a way that makes sense. And also, like, was he, like, standing here, and he fell into the pool of blood and backed up, and there was the thing there? I don't know.
The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim in an upright position. Even if someone had been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
Ask this motherfucker.
I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
But that doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. But also, how did you get right next to the body? If you immediately walked in and screamed and fell... yeah, the body must have been moved. I think the body was originally over here. But there is still a bloodstain over here that's right from where his wound is. There's too many things that don't make sense, that don't add up. But also, because the candle over here is broken, like a bullet definitely hit and broke it. I mean, if there's a struggle, yeah, but he says he was next to the body, but like... things just don't make sense.
Yes,
it is.
the defense's assertion is contradictory. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness account and the location of the handprint is explained by... false testimony. Or the board moving, either one. I'm gonna... because technically both of these... both the board moving and false testimony could do it, but... I'm trying to figure out... the problem I'm having right now is I don't know to what degree these two are culpable. Not all three, but definitely these two. Like, did they have something to do with this? That kind of begins the question. Because if they did, then the answer is false testimony. But if they didn't, and like they're telling their truth, then the answer is the board moving. I doubt, you're right, the way that they're talking, I don't think they had anything to do with it, so I'm going to say the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. That's true. It's also a good point that, like, obviously the board had to have been moved, because the handprint was on it upside down at the top, and it would have been picked up afterwards. They're just inconsistencies.
Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointed upwards. What does that tell us?
It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
What?
Objection.
Why is he popping it? Why are they popping out their ass, both of them?
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who.
I don't know that yet. It's also not my job. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And what would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where did you maintain the notice board was situated?
It must have been over here. Like, the idea of it blocking it, it's fair. But let's see here. The candles were lit. The Sykes, Reaper. It had to have been near the body. I'm just trying to. It had to have been like over here, right?
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Ah, heck! Wait, no. I'm trying to remember how I did this voice now, while I'm also trying to think about this. Oh! I get it now. I get it. If the board was actually over here, and Zykes would have opened the door only a little bit, he wouldn't have opened it like all the way like they did. There would be no point. He would have just walked in, and the board would have been hiding the body. And then then he heard the gunshot. Then he saw the gun. He picked it up. It's also blocking the light. You're right. Exactly. That's the point. It's blocking everything. So then, when Gossip kicked open the door, it knocked the notice board over. But there was so much happening at the time that Zykes didn't really think about it because he saw, Wait. But the gun, yeah, he had the gun over here. Some weird stuff still not making sense because he said they saw over the body. I don't know. Heck! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
That's true. Or, in his precise words,
Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
appeared before him.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room were thrown open with force.
That can't.
The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw.
Ugh. Order! Culture, how was this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
Me, my lord. You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witness in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. I feel like I've lost his voice already. That was not difficult. New testimony. The mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just want my hand on it, that's all.
You're still using your ass to light that matchstick. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time, so you didn't run in.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
That we don't know.
So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect those witnesses to be able to give a much more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. They don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world.
Do you really?
In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barrick von Zykes. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
But it's proof that there's something wrong that we don't know about. It means that there's something deeper.
Quite so, quite so.
Fuck you!
Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
God damn it. Okay. It's okay. We're doing alright. The mystery of the moving board.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Admit? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see. A smashing print in my right hand.
Press them all till they crack. That's the plan. Tis the plan. Perhaps you wanted to hide the handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you?
No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver.
I bet it doesn't take much for it to do that.
In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem.
Okay, so you know jack shit. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow the school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them, and the teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I left the school and the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids will come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? Ah, I see where the cycle is. It's very clever.
What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives.
Venus is a girl for goddess indeed.
Well, telling them barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. That was incredibly dangerous what she just did. If she was not careful, that would have blown up in her face. Which, to be fair, it should hurt while they're blowing up in her hand. You have something to say here, sir?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Or would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Rena's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? A little sandwich.
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts.
Hmm?
Well, let's say there was a great liar, and the great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Or would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case she is not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Is this like one of those fucking one tells only the truth, one tells only lies type situation? But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that? And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Oh, well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from, but there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. Oh, that's right. That rotten liar over there.
Okay.
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
Like, I know that there are strike anywhere matches, but why is your skirt and your ass apparently, like, especially because you're going up? If you're going down, maybe it'd make more sense, but the fact that you're going up, it's just like, why is your skirt so stiff that you can strike a match on it in that direction? Thank you, Punisher and Quiz, for having very similar thoughts. Good job on the same brain. Great. Love to see it. What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers pack such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? Oh yeah, Natsume would be fucked. Poor bastard. He'd be having like 3 heart attacks. Either you clearly remembered or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later.
Thank you. Finally bringing up perjury, dear God. Holy shit. Bring it up more often.
For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. I mean, they've technically brought up perjury before, it's just very rare. So tell us more. You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
This woman. The truth. Please.
Well, alright. Just a bit then, especially because I know for a fact that it was her. You're right, Vibes. Especially because I know for a fact that it was her big firecracker that was the gunshot that they heard. It's possible that she is connected to the crime, even if the others are not. I mean, I don't mind. Just curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything of the scene? Or, that's true, she also could have sold someone the firework?
I don't know. There's too many questions at the moment still. Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth. Please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I'd look to see if there's anything I could sell. I did give the place a once-over, but there's nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please. As if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. Oh, there might be something worth having underneath there. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
Okay, that's better.
This woman!
I swear! You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? You daft grandpa?
The fuck was it? What? Hold on. Back up a sentence. Daft barn pot.
Daft bomb pot?
What the fuck is that? Quiz, I need your British expertise.
Send help.
Please explain.
Oh, I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Barm is a bread roll. I guess a barn pot would be where the... It means idiot. I mean, yeah, I guess I can imply that, but I'm just like, what the fuck? With this British slang. Anyways, to sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky.
The truth, now!
I might have found this old pocket watch on the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much of this. Ah!
Gina?
Gina, hi, welcome. So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it?
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. I was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. Besser case, no doubt. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail. He was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
See.
Let's see what time is on that watch. I need to know. I swapped it off on once and blimey was it upset. It gave me a right earful. Said I missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It was the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
It's not all that though. I took it to Jervis that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about unworthless, he called it.
It broke! It broke! Yes! Thank you! It broke when he died!
Let me see what the time says. Open it up.
Let's fucking go. Open it up. Funny. Don't forget. October 3rd, year 11.
Wrong watch. Wrong watch. That belongs to Elric. I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just how long as you promise to give it back when we're done? I mean, not a chance. I'll swipe it from you and try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners. No stealing things at the courtroom. Well?
Good lord! The glass appears to be broken.
Oh, obviously we're going to examine it the moment they give us a chance to. 100%. I need to see what the time says.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. But your white Jarvis didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Okay, that's a bit of an issue. That's a bit of an issue. That gives us a time of death. There we go. Oh boy. Gonna fix this camera in a better position at some point. Alright. Are you in yet? You are not. Fuck off. Poor Gregson. You died in such an undignified way. Wearing whatever the fuck this is. Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Oh. Wait. Unless. He died 24 hours earlier. What if he's been dead for a day? We still don't have a time of death. We don't have a time of death. Maybe it was the day before. Maybe he's been dead a whole day. That's the theory I'm going with right now. But wait, no. Oh. Right. They don't know Gregson specifically. Shit, damn it. Fuck. You're right. We're in trouble. We might be in trouble.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved, at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case.
Damn it.
Ugh. Now then, continue... No. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, Counsel.
Damn it. That'll be important later.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go to see what had happened.
Well, it's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. Sure, if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to strip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo siniens. Yeah, well, he's not being prophetic, he's being, philanthropic, no. Being, what's the word? Philosophic, there's the word. I was gonna say philanthropic, it's like, nope, that's not right, that's wrong.
Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
Philosophical, yes, correct.
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. In which case, just who was the responsible for moving the notice board? We already figured this part out.
I can't tell you this changes anything away. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. This is the important bit. We don't care about the notice board anymore. Screw the notice board. We have the pocket watch. We don't need to talk to you. Let's press him on this. Let's see what he says. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, was it?
Maybe the notice board fell over. Oh, maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over. Or maybe I did.
Oh, wait, no, damn it. Damn it.
The,
Thinking. The pocket watch was found under the notice board. They heard the gunshot at 5. I was about to say maybe the notice board broke it when it fell over, but it didn't would be a few minutes later because they had to. I don't know.
But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate?
That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win.
In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I can just find some problem with that part of their story, it may be possible to change all our fates. You had the chance to change your fate, would you?
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. We've already parsed it. There's a lot of things that have, everything has something to do with it. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma's right. Oh, they already brought that up to showcase that. So here's an interesting note I just thought about. You're right. You're right. You make a good point, Quiz. I was about to say, we've already talked about this, about the fact that these two are the same height and this one's taller. To disprove, basically they said it as the candles were burning in the room while Zykes was there, but we already said that he wouldn't have seen the candles because of the notice board. But you make a good point. Because if this had just happened, you're right, exactly. If this had just happened, the candles would still be a lot taller. No, this got blown out a lot earlier. There is at least, depending on what kind of candles they are, it could have been hours between when this happened and when the candles got that low. Not a full day's worth of hours, but hours. I don't think candles would necessarily last that long. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. They're slow burning wicks, it's possible? I don't know how long candles last, so 24 hours is theoretically possible, I guess. I guess you need them a lot, but I don't know shit about candles. I feel sure there's some deeper significance to all this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. That's possible, you're right. 5 in the morning, a 12-hour time difference. 12 hours makes more sense, it does work. Okay, I'm gonna go... Exosoft died when we heard the gunshot. So what we have related to this information is the autopsy report that doesn't have a time of death. The detective died when we heard the gunshot. I don't think that's true, but I don't know what necessarily proves it. Nope. Okay, I tried. It does not. But I can go investigate the gun again, because I haven't done that in a bit. It might let us learn some more this time. Let's take a look. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Oh.
And that's all the information we get out of it. Let's look down the barrel of this gun for a moment. Nope, we're good. Alright, well. Made a bit of a mess of that, yes, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. I can't see how that changes anything. The detective died when we heard the gunshot. Yeah, or it might have been back then. Let's see here. Oh, that's right, we haven't fully investigated this yet. The key! The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Wait. Maybe it's not broken. It just needs to be wound up every day. At 5 o'clock. Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an oddjob man. Okay. So that's why it wasn't ticking. It's because they didn't have the key to actually wind it up. There's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. Don't forget, October 3rd, year 11. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Good to know, good to know. But we already know you. We have the key. Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Hell yeah. Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. Let's go! I knew it! A perfect fit! And look! The inspector's watch has started going again.
It does a little bit. We don't need to get into it.
So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. Deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. Okay, let's at least get through this cross-examination and then we'll call it for the day. Thank you, Punisher and Quiz, for once again being on the same page. Congratulations. Okay.
Objection.
There we go. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh?
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch.
Key?
And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken. Thank you for the junk mail, Maya. Hi, welcome back. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental promises on which this entire case has been built.
What? Order! 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 But Council, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it went wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail while he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years. Polishing it and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
How do you explain it then?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go! You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead.
Order! Order! Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim.
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have ever looked something like that?
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Yes, one that I noted immediately and no one else has fucking brought up. The time of death is not noted.
That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood.
Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body or after. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner?
Wow, he called us a learned friend. How far we've fallen. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example.
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Reasonable doubt, motherfuckers. This is what we're all about. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realm of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. I assume that it's like a hero sandwich.
Oh, please. What are you trying to say?
The fact that it immediately cut to her means that it's giving us a hint to remember that she's here and she has fireworks?
I was a lot newer we had, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room.
Oh, you still have the riding crop, or the whip, from being an omnibus driver.
Now you listen to me. A shriek till his ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir. But all you can say with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Eh?
Explain yourself, then, Counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with this. Something like this. The culprit could have set up one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now, hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact.
You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of these fireworks off at the scene?
I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrick von Zykes.
One whiff of a match and my firecrackers could pop. See? That's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
So do I. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whenever you like. Whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important.
A time device?
Yes, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
I'm gonna assume you, but I'm gonna take a look around anyways. Also the pocket watch. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord.
Not possible? Why?
Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken can- Oh, that's a good point. I assumed that those scorch marks came from the bullet, but... That's true, if a bullet hit it, it would have just exploded. It'd be gone, there'd be no marks. It would have to burn for it to leave a scorch mark. It was on the candle, you're right. The time bomb was the candle.
There, goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range. A matter of centimeters from the gun.
Oh!
Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be a result of a gunshot.
You're suggesting it came from the fireworks?
How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or, to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud and that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot.
Is it more reasonable than the fucking Reaper's hideout?
Now this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even.
Now just hold your horses. Wait, that's not this voice. All that law was saying the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this.
Ah!
It's a wig. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's real killer.
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruto. Yeah, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruto.
Kazuma?
I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer?
I mean, they've known each other since they were kids.
I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Uh-oh. Oh shit, he's doing a thing.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident?
Do you know?
The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone.
Oh, Quizmaster, that's genius. I think you're absolutely right.
His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree.
Surely... My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence suggests the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident?
Duh. What are you talking about? What do you mean he wasn't investigating this the day before? What?
Congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruto. Here's a reward for that expert display.
Alright, fine. Fuck you. Did you just draw Kuruma on me, my friend? I think, Mr. Naruto, there's one particular piece of evidence that really does stand out in showing you what case... Oh, right, it's, Eevee Vigil. The weirdest thing in that room. This one? What are you talking about? What? Hello? I mean, you're probably right, but I don't know what evidence we had about that. Production, special notice, the candle lamp, the hairpiece. What was found at the scene? I don't think so, because he always has that on him. So, okay, so what was that scene? The pocket watch, the notice board, the policeman figure, the hairpiece, and the framed photograph. Wait. Okay, no, it won't let me investigate it. These were all the items that were there. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. Wasn't this also on the board? Whatever. Fuck it. We're moving on. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece were only sold to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? It is such an extraordinary league of gentlemen.
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact.
My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely they had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur. We cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Arsogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Alright, and this looks like this will be
2
a good
redheads
place.
in the economy?
Thank you for the text-to-speech, Vibeys. That surprised me because I'm used to the text-to-speech being the one that's in the chat, not the one with the extension, but thank you regardless. 2 redheads in this economy. This is actually a really good place to stop. It's so rare for us to stop at a save point. But thank you all so much for joining me today. Hope y'all had fun. And I hope y'all enjoyed yourselves. Let us see who there is to raid as I say my goodbyes. So, a quick reminder as well. Saturday, change of plans, no Genshin on Saturday. However, I will still probably do a double stream of Ghost of Tsushima, and just before stream, I got myself a VR headset. It came in the mail. You're good. You're good, my beast. It's all fine. Anyways, so I might be doing some VR on Saturday after some Ghost of Tsushima or before. I don't know which. We'll figure it out as we go. But that is all for today.